Oh yeah. Gear stream. Wahoo. Spy sapping Ma Sentry.
Ha ha!
That was great help, thank you.
Water.
Ha ha! Ha ha!
I just realized I haven't said a word this whole time. Hello, how's it going? Number 7, the dollar. What if you had $1 in your pocket? You could put it in your wallet and you could take it to the store and you could buy a grocery store bag full of food. That's creepy. You could call it a mystery bag and you wouldn't know what you get. Here for the first time, you confused? Sucks. I remember my first time. What if you had a bag full of food for just $1? The SpongeBob horror. What if Patrick had died in the first episode but was haunting SpongeBob because he is insane? Would that be fucked up or what? And they're gone. Just as quickly as they showed up, they disappeared. Alright, so how about we crank down these tunes here? I'll tell you what we're doing today. Today we are doing Team Fortress 2 and Kerbal Space Program with some mods. I say some, there's a shitload in there. You'll see when you see the mod bar. Most of it is visual. I have a bunch of new parts and shit in there as well. I've never really fucked with mods because I've always kind of liked the keeping it clean, and I always felt like it felt like cheating to have mod parts, because it's like, what's the point of the challenge if you're just gonna put a part on there that does all the work for you? You know what I mean? But the game's old, the game's done. I have lost most of my skill and intuition in that game, and there's been so many additions to that game since I've really played it hardcore that even stock parts now feel like mods to me, because I just don't know what the fuck they are or what they do. That I was like, you know, fuck it. Let me just shove a bunch of shit in there and just see what happens. So I started up a new save, a sandbox save, just so I can play around. But before the Kerbal, we have the TF2. And you know how when I hit people in that game, you hear Ganon say, die. That's done. That age is over. You get to, I mean, if you saw my video I posted on Twitter last night, you know what the new sounds are. If you didn't see that, you're going to like it. The sounds I picked out turned out to be fucking perfect. Oh, perfect timing on that music. All right. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Get some help. So let me get the game open here. I'm gonna see a black screen for a sec. Mostly because OBS is a bit of a bitch about capturing TF2. I don't know why. It throws a fit. I have to like tab in and out of TF2 into OBS back and forth like 4 or 5 times before it recognizes the game. Oh! So loud. I put a compressor on, by the way, so I don't know how loud some of these things are going to come across to you guys. I might have overreacted to that as far as you were concerned. To me, that was fucking deafening. But the compressor might have saved you guys. I'm not sure. A little? Okay. Hey, OBS just detected it right out of the gate. That's nice. Get that out of the way. Oh, I got some new items, by the way. I discovered how cheap certain things were on marketplace.tf. Shout out marketplace.tf for being the absolute fucking cheapest way to get items in this game. So I went and bought a bunch of melee weapons that I never had. Just they're not like anything special. They're mostly just skins for stock or whatever. But I got some weapons that I'd been missing for years. And I got a new badge. See that right there? I thought that was pretty neat. See, like the bat out of hell? Like, I never had this. I never had this. I never had this. I never had this. You know. That's nothing new. I did give him that melee weapon. I got the Maul, which is a skin for the sledgehammer. Which makes this this skin, this loadout look a lot nicer. It kind of comes together more. I can be the space pyro without having to use the stupid third degree. I didn't really change anything on my demo. Oh, I did make this loadout. I replaced my Christmas loadouts because I was like, whoop-de-fucking-do. I can replace those anytime. Because at least with the Halloween ones, and anytime there's a full moon, I can turn those on. But the Christmas ones are like 3 months out of the year. I'm not gonna waste a slot on them. Billium. Yep. You know, nothing crazy. This was another thing I picked up because it was like 6 cents. This hasn't changed. I did put another one in here, didn't I? Yeah. I got a new Robo Engineer. I revamped my medic a little bit. Does anyone remember a YouTube series? I don't remember the name of the series now that I mention it. It was like Dr. Weird, I think, or something like that. It was the main character looked a lot like this. Maybe not Dr. Weird. I think that was. Oh, what was it? It was this YouTube series of some guy who's like, it's one of those quirky. It was one of those quirky little like YouTube series about like, oh, I'm a super villain. I'm trying to take over the world, but he's kind of just like not doing jack shit. That toy guy? Yeah, that toy guy. That's right. You kind of recognize it. What the fuck was that? Because that's what this loadout kind of looks like. Except he's not bald. No, it's not Yogg's cast. It wasn't Yogg's cast. What the fuck was it? Doctor Strange. I don't think it was called Doctor Strange. It was something along those lines. Not Penny Arcade. No. It was its own thing. I gotta look this up. Was it Doctor Strange YouTube series? I don't know. No, it wasn't Doctor Strange. Dr. Weird. Professor Strange. No. What the fuck was it? That's gonna drive me nuts. But his thing was like he was taking over the world with like fucking like toys or something. It was weird. It was something I could have only found entertaining in the year of 2007. Dr. Steel? I think that might have been it. Dr. Steel. That was it. It was fucking Dr. Steel. Oh, I'm gonna get the picture on the screen. Hold on. That was it. It was fucking Dr. Steel. Look, see? Look. And there's this stupid, like, quirky little Invader Zim fan type. You know what I mean? I'm having a hard time thinking of the words for it, but it's just that, like, dark yet silly type thing that was popular back in the day. That Jonan Vasquez type, like, Johnny the Serial Killer type shit. But if he was bald, this would be that loadout. Is there an item that makes Medic bald? Does anyone know? I'm gonna Google it. Bald Medic. TF2. Colossal Cranium. Oh shit, there is! Oh, fuck. I could have this loadout. And it gives him the goggles! Hold the fuck up. I could make a Dr. Steel medic. Marketplace.tf. Hold on. Give me a second. Look, I'm all about that fashion, okay? I don't give a shit about fashion in the real world, but you give me a video game where I can dress up my character, I'm gonna be a fashionable motherfucker. Shit, what was the name of that thing? Colossal Cranium. I'm just gonna search cranium. Colossal Cranium. 50 cents. Oh, or I could get a strange one for 80 cents. Okay. I'm gonna buy it. I'm shopping live right now. I'm not sponsored by them, by the way. I just think they're a useful service. I'm not good enough at TF2 to get sponsored by Marketplace. I think I'd like to say I'm relatively known in the source game community, but I'm not linked to TF2 very well. Much as I'd like to be. Or maybe I wouldn't, I don't know. Hold on. I'm glad PayPal doesn't accidentally pop up on my... I don't know why it ever would. Oh. Alright, hold on. I'll put some tunes on. So we're not just sitting in silence of me being like, oh, yes, I am purchasing items. Yes, yes. Don't dox myself. I won't. Who's the most famous TF2 content creator? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Wasn't the original Left 4 Dead Shrek tank mod made by me? Yeah, it was. Who would I call the most famous TF2 content? You can't say Germa because he's barely associated with TF2 anymore. Back in the day, I would have said Germa, Star, and Muselk. Now probably Uncle Dane. Uncle Dane, Lazy Purple, Soundsmith. I think those are probably easy bets. Does Banny still play TF2? Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, Banny does still play. Uncle Dane called you the R-slur in a Valve pub. I'd believe it. Oh shit, there's my trade offer. Fuck, I'm not signing into Steam on my browser. I'll do it in Steam. Hold on. Like I said, I have to be fashionable. When I get an idea in my head, I have to fucking execute it or it drives me nuts. Holy shit, is that Medic TF2? Yeah. Uncle Dane ain't great. Yeah, I don't really... Again, I'm not one to, like, get into any kind of drama or anything, but I really do not care for Uncle Dane. What did Uncle Dane do? He's just kind of a crybaby. My biggest issue with him is that he throws a fit. Hey, look at that. About fucking... Oh, there it is. Perfect. Alright. He throws a fit about random crits too fucking much. Why can you be bald and then also put on hair? Whoop. Hey, look, I got more donation medals. I keep donating. Perfect. Ah, it's perfect. Unless, hold on, wait a minute. Let me get that guy back up on my screen. What does that guy look like? Wait a minute. Alright, do I have anything that kind of closes up the jacket like that? All right, hold on. You can't give him black gloves. That's not how that works. Do I have a jacket that kind of does that? No. Is there even an item like that? Let's look at the catalog. Again, I apologize if you want me to just shut the fuck up and play the game, but I like this. I like doing this. All right, let me see. Surely there's like a that's pretty close, but it's Halloween only. What? Dead of Night light style? Really? I'll look at it in just a sec. I forgot that's in the game. All right, let me take a look at Dead of Night light style. Dead of Light. Oh, you were right. That's perfect. Oh, you were right. All right. We now have Dr. Steel, a YouTube series that like nobody on earth fucking remembers. I barely remember it. But this is too much of a look for me to not use. Oh, that's awesome. Imagine if someone fucking recognizes this. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Oh yeah, I got a new hat for my sniper because I bought like 6 candles that you're supposed to put on Pyro's head and then crafted them into each other until it got distilled down to this because I kept getting fucking dupes. 300 fucking hats in this game and I kept getting hats I already have. I think I'm gonna leave the music going. Oh yeah, by the way, I made Spy not even look like fucking Spy. I don't know who this guy is. I love this fucking mask because it totally changes who this guy is. Plus the hair. Tommy Wiseau. A little. Mostly because the hair covers the eye so you can imagine it being droopy. Who the fuck is this man? I don't know. Alright, now we can play the game. Now we can play the game. I don't know if it was just because of the time of day, but yesterday when I was playing this game, the bots were getting kind of nasty again. It was like 3 or 4 at a time, constantly having to try to kick them. So hopefully it's not that bad today. You know what I should do? I should turn the compressor on for my mic too, so I'm not peaking the mic here. Oh, the fucking compressor is on. Okay. You've been playing a few hours, it's not that bad. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired of playing on bad water. But whatever. How many hours do I have? I think I'm actually creeping up to 2,000. But that's 2,000.
I haven't played TF2 in such a long time.
It's fun, isn't it? That's 2,000 hours spread over... Oh, God. Whenever the very first free weekend was, that was the first time I played this game. So starting from TF2's very first free weekend up until, you know, now.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Minus about 200 hours, technically, because 200 of those hours were me using the external program to get hats.
Stand next to the cart, damn you!
The idling program. All right, let me warm up here. Back into my skin. Oh! How did I miss that? That's bullshit. I should have hit that spy. Bitch! Uh-oh. Ah! Oh, alright, hold on. I gotta get myself in a correct position here. Comfortable. Was I trying to stop? Whatever. It's too funny. YTP's Sexer hit noise is too funny for me to not use it. Okay. This is also where the compressor comes in handy because that bitch gets loud. Reload, 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 reload. Oh, okay. Oh, this is kind of bad timing on that crits, but I got him. Oh, I don't have any ammo. Kind of just firing into the crowd and hoping for the best here. Got him. Oh, what happened? What the fuck just happened? Medic! 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 Bro! Thank you.
20 F2.
Oh, that sniper! Oh, it's because it's a fucking bot. I see. At least they're easy to spot, right? Why did you put the fucking teleporter clear back here? Ah! Fucking scout. 5-7 my sentry. Go for it. Go for it, bro. Do it. Go. You're just making yourself stand out. What are you doing?
You deserve a medal, Doc.
Attention. 5 minutes left in the mission. 5 minutes left in the mission.
I swear to God. Get around the corner. Sure wish I had a medic. I got one of them. Where's my fucking medic? And he's dead. Yeah, the bots are getting kind of nasty again. I'm hoping because in the last patch they added some like server side a way for servers to kind of track client data. I'm hoping that some of that data gets collected and it makes it easier to detect when a bot is connected. Hit him with my fucking shotgun. Oh, I tried to swap to the shotgun and double tapped and swapped back to the rocket launcher. I hate getting critted, getting crits creed. when I'm like 3 rockets in. So I gotta stop and reload and waste like a full 15 seconds of Kritzkrieg just reloading. Bro, fuck off! If I get a like 20-second respawn because of that, okay. Medic, you need to not be there. We're turtled up so hard over here. Oh, that was bad. Please don't take that. I needed that health. Is there a med kit around here somewhere? There is. Okay. Now that I'm like a million miles away from the action. Alright, they got that soldier. Whoa! Oh, the medic is fucking dead again. It's because I got a sniper. I'm basically stuck here. Yeah, whatever. I could try being sniper. I don't really feel like getting into a sniper war, but gives me something to do, I guess.
Attention. 5 minutes left in the mission. 5 minutes left in the mission.
Yeah, I don't believe that. That dude had the dead ringer. Where are you, bitch? I'm not doing a fucking thing till you show yourself. 1, 2, 3. Where are you? By scout. Oh, no, that's theirs. That's them. He just said that in all chat. I don't know if I stuttered because I bumped into the spy or if that was just lag. Damn it! Ah, why did I walk right out there like a moron? I got so worried about the spy, I forgot the sniper was there. Nice. Building the sentry. Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Where's that soldier? I'm gonna get his ass. Maybe I'm not gonna get his ass. Over here, Sawbone. Oh, you fucking would. Ignore me. Ignore me. You bitch! The fucking scout took him right to me. I'm the only person that died to that guy.
Enemy has received additional time.
I haven't even gotten a chance to shoot somebody yet. I've died twice and not made a single shot. But Demo, get the fuck out of my way. Damn it, I missed. Oh, that was bad aim. Fuck. Bro, go fuck yourself. I get this spot. Why am I even bothering? Yeah. Dude, go away. That's the second time. Whoop. Oh, that's our demo, man. Oh, they're Ubered. Oh, he's dead. Oh, is a heavy coming? Oh, he's dead. Wait for it. Hey, he was overhealed, or that would have killed him. Fuck. I was expecting him to run through. Show your fucking face, medic. Yeah. Look at that. Pressed up against the wall. Fuck. Fuck, he moved. Fuck. Got him. Come back out, bitch. Try that shit again. Fuck! He tried that shit again. I'll take the L. Pyro behind you. Go get him. They got him. What? How did that not hit him? That was like dead center. Oh, that was just terrible. There we go. This music, I think, is helping me. I'm gonna wait for that medic. Wait, why did the medic left his soldier alone and just fucked them both over? Why did he do that? Where's their team? I know we didn't push them that hard. Ah, that soldier came through too quick. Oh, the spy got him. Good work. Someone was in there. We got a soldier coming through. We got a heavy coming through. I can tell. Is someone gonna come or not? I'm sitting here with my dick in my hand. Let's go.
She goes.
Let's go. Oh, you're Ubered. Of course you are. Fuck.
Stop that bomb.
What? I missed? Ah, he dropped it for half a second. Oh, they got him though. Oh, it's all good. I'm not a very good sniper, mind you. Fuck. See, that was not good for me. You really gonna come all the way over here for a single fucking sniper? What are you doing? Really, bro? You're really gonna fucking spawn camp? They're really gonna just sit there and fucking spawn camp. Alright. And nobody else on my team knows to just get rid of them. Alright. I'm gonna demo man for a little while.
Stand on the bloody point, you half-wit! Bitch!
I need to reload. Oh. Come in here, I fucking dare you. Alright, I need to reload again. There. Yeah, you're not doing that, bro.
Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5, 4.
We're good, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit, I threw him into it. I threw him into the cart like a numbnuts. That's okay. We win. Alright. DC. Oh boy, what awesome new item did I get? Oh. Donald Goldfish 2012 is probably 10 years old. Yeah, probably. Whew. My AC is overworking. It's getting chilly in here. Sometimes when you're playing sniper, you get lucky and you get this like nice streak of like shot after shot after shot. And it's like, oh damn, I must be good at this game. And then I don't know, you change maps or something, and then suddenly it's just like you feel like a complete fucking joke. That's the sniper experience in TF2. Well, oh boy. Oh boy, I might not stick around for this entire match. Every time I get on a well map, the
control point is being contested.
It ends up like a permanent stalemate. Crispy Bacon, bro, I just left a match with you. You tell me Crispy Bacon is back? Oh! Hey, I think we're actually gonna just lose. Yeah, okay. Alright, nice match. Next match. Well makes for a much better capture the point map than, or capture the flag than capture point. I genuinely enjoy CTF well. CP well, not so much. Playing TF2 while listening to someone play TF2 is overwhelming. No kidding. Have you ever driven in a car while something on the radio is playing like car honking and police sirens? It's really fucking distracting. You're winning? Hey, if you're winning, whatever. Have I done that? Not on purpose. Sometimes there are songs that will have like car screeching or police sirens in it. And then there's that half second of hearing it and I go like, what the fuck? And I look in my rear view and there's nothing back there. And I go, oh, it was the stupid fucking song. All right, time for the experience. All right, we got 3 scouts, 3 pyros, and we're pushing. Okay, well, one of the scouts decided they wanted to be a sniper too. I'll medic for a little while, I guess. I really hate being medic. Worth losing my Uber for that. I had to laugh at him. Well, don't stand in the doorway. Alright, that scout got right in my way. Oh, I thought there would be people out here. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Oh, someone got a ring. Get that out of my face. Y'all just keep your eye out for spies, please. Don't let me get stabbed. Who needs help? Pyro, you need help. I got him. Oh my god, I actually helped him. I'm trying to help you. There's too many people that need help. Stop getting hurt. Okay, that scout died. Got him. I knew he was a spy. I just needed him to hold still long enough to prove it. Oh, I got you, Scout. Oh, I got you, Pyro. I'm trying to heal this fucking soldier. Go! Go, Pyro, go! Fuck him up! Ah, it didn't work out. Actually, his name was Soldier. I hate being medic. I fucking despise being medic. I don't know. I want to be a soldier now. I don't feel like healing people. It's too hard. It takes a special kind of person to be a support. Whoop! Bunch of spies. I mean, not spies, snipers. Alright, if I'm not careful, I'm gonna get instantly murdered here. Where was he? Oh, he was clear over there.
Additional time has been awarded.
I got killed by Obama. Oh. Dead.
Why is that cart not moving?
I don't know.
You will push this cart, or I will put you into a grave.
They don't seem to be. Whoa! Oh my fucking god! Oh no! Oh, that was so meaty. That fucking ruled. Oh, that's an exit. Oh, that's right. We don't have a medic. I'm kind of on my own. Is that a dispenser? Can you put a dispenser somewhere so that I can stop dying? Fuck. I'm gonna walk all the way back over here just to get a med kit. Oh, I think I accidentally hurt a spy. Don't walk in there, NG. What the fuck, man? Wow, he had a pill from all the way over there that got me. Good rocket jump.
I did not see a cart moving, lady.
You didn't realize I had custom sounds? That's funny. How is this one fucking demo man causing so much trouble? Okay, their whole team is here. Awesome. Whatever. I just needed to push the fucking cart 2 feet. Do I really have to swap back to be a medic just to get us to fucking progress here? Great. Glad you took that fucking teleport. Yeah. Yep, yeah, figures. This is going to fucking nowhere. How about spy? Here, I'm gonna... How about... Let me disguise as, I don't know, my own pyro. So that I can get right here. And now disguise as their pyro. All the way back here. Guys again. Alright, what's the situation here? These are the fuckers I want to get rid of. And you have a fucking shield, of course you do. I'll get this guy instead. I made him break his legs. Scout, get the fuck away from me.
Attention.
Oh.
5 minutes left in the mission. 5 minutes left in the mission.
This fucking Scout, I swear to God, is bound determined to get me in trouble. Alright, that heavy just died. That kind of leaves me without a target. This is a really bad place to be. Oh, this is a terrible spot. I have nowhere I can go. I have nowhere I can go. I gotta wait for this guy to come back out. No, 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 the fucking pyro. I don't want to turn this door. Okay. Ah. Fuck off. Ugh. I could not have been put in a worse position. Genuinely.
The cop has stopped!
Success. We have been awarded additional time.
Oh, you prick. Time for waiting and watching. I gotta sit and recharge. All right, good enough. How we looking? Mr. Mall. Oh wait, we're just gonna win. What? That was a backstab. That was a backstab. That was horseshit. I win. I win. I win. That was me. I was the winning cap. Good match. There we go. Let's reward myself with a little bit of a sip. Love a good sweet tea. Where'd my tunes go? Hold on. I want my tunes back. Here we go. Tunes. I love tunes. I love tunes. Cartoons. What's my favorite class? Oh my god, where is this button? You could probably pretty easily just go down this list and it would be a fairly accurate assessment. I really like Pyro. Play some Pyro. I try to give myself a little bit more variety. Oh, fucking harvest. That's how you know. Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah.
Just being captured.
Alright. Yep, yep. We on harvest.
My point.
We on harvest. Oh, and there's a bot. Hold on, we gotta... You cannot call a vote for 2 minutes. There was 2 bots and we couldn't kick them, so I was leaving. Not worth my time. There was 3 on my team? Jesus. You know what? Probably the bots are queuing for some of the sweatiest maps. Like, the less sweaty the map, or less popular the map, the less bots you'll get, I would imagine. That makes sense? Yeah. Imagine a world where TF2 has no bots. So imagine a world before like 2000 and, I don't know, 17, 2018. Never get boys on Powerhouse. Oh, Mercenary Park. Mercenary Park. Oh. And there's a bot on red already. Fuck me, dude. I'd love to play anything, but with these bots being so prevalent that we can't even kick them anymore from cooldowns, I mean... The problem is they can't just get rid of cooldowns altogether, because then you could still abuse it against regular people. It's like, we're already approaching as good of a compromise as we can get, right?
Sometimes we feel inside of us that everything we have is only here for the day.
All right, let's see. Sawmill? Surely there's no bots on Sawmill, right?
I don't just feel you have to go through this change.
Oh. Oh, it looks clean. I think we might be fine. Oh, fuck. Are we on CTF? Oh, we are. I love Capture the Flag Sawmill. CTF Sawmill's a lot of fun. Bam! But Lord Supreme, huh? We had a little bit of a moment. How did I miss? No, don't shoot me! Ah! Alright, that soldier's not hurting nobody. I'll let him be friendly. Oh. Nah, he chose violence. Oh, I broke my ankles. You took, I needed that. I needed that. I'm bleeding. Medic, where you at? Did you die? I bet you died. Uh-oh. Rip. Oh, come the fuck on, dude. I don't know if you were gonna hurt me or not. I should just always choose violence, I guess. Tragic. I could have ended that fucking demo man's life. I showed mercy for half a second. There we go. I just needed to avoid gunshot long enough for someone else to come along. Worth it. I killed his teleporter. Get fucked. Corey, it's okay. Wow, how did he even get under there? Can you just go under there? You'll never recover. Hey, that's that demo I showed mercy. That's so good. Ah, hit the fucking saw, damn it. Oh, hey, Siggy. What was that sound? Oh, that's my hit and kill sound. Oh, hey, Gianni. What are y'all up to? What are you fucking crazy kids up to? This guy's gonna die. Oh. What was that? What the fuck? They set up in our own... Oh. So they're set up in our own basement. I need to get to the basement ASAP. I need to get down there ASAP.
The enemy had
Watch this.
returned to their base.
Come on. Okay, I thought he was gonna come down here, but I guess not. Do we have a dispenser? We do. Oh shit! Ah, I got in too close. I gotta let the demo man do his job. Don't yell at me! Fuck payload? Yeah. We have a spy on the complete opposite. It's not even defended because they're all in our own basement. Go on, demo. You got this shit. Get critted, bitch! I will die. I do want to stop saying bitch, but at the same time, like, it's the only word that really gets it across. You know what I'm saying? Why would I stop such a good word? Okay. Fuck! Oh, I don't know why I tempted fate like that. Alright, I'm just gonna go in there and end their fucking lives. Alright. What? What the fuck? Oh, I fucking just give up. Oh. This is going nowhere. That was going fucking nowhere fast. I have to move on. Goodness gracious. I get a sip. Wow. 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 Remember those cow cups? You tilt it and it goes like, or not even the cow ones, because the cow ones go, but you tilt it and they go like, oh, it was like in a tube. No, it was the tube ones that you tilt it and it goes, you tilt the other way and it goes, ow. Grown tubes. What a terrible name. 3 people on my team, 3 snipers. I'm not even gonna like humor that. How do you even emulate that? You go, and then for the other one you go, ow. So true. Ow. Ow. Grown Tube is my new YouTube competitor. Grown Tube is almost kind of like a cringe-based YouTube competitor. For all your groaning needs when you want to just hit yourself in the face. These hilarious and awkward videos will make you groan. Is they awkward? Only by Spike TV. You like that? You like that one? It's been a while since I gave you one of those. Boo boo keys. I'm shaking the boo boo keys. Oh, hold on. We gotta vote a fucking bot off. And we can't. All right, bye. I'm not even gonna stick around. Actually, I think I left as they were making a vote, but whatever. I didn't really want to play on that map. I made you think Gmod opened? Oh my god, that is the Gmod, like, notifications noise. I never even thought about that. Helicopter boo-boo keys. Haven't given you that one in a hot minute.
We got to get to the chopper. Come on, get on. We got to go. You got to get out of here.
Ends in 60 seconds.
Come on. Arnold.
Oh, Brazil. You got to.
They're after my tortillas.
Remember fucking little tortilla boy?
Ends in 30 seconds.
Remember that shit? My face. Come on in, bro. Water's fine.
Alert. Mission ends in 10 seconds.
I missed.
2, 1.
Ah, that was a clean and easy shot, and I fucked it. Ow. Whatever. He's gonna turn that corner and die. Yep, there it is.
John Carvin, damn.
I don't know how to make that announcer noise. Voice. Little tortilla boy. That's just not my range.
Competition begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All that's left is a hat and a gun. Why did I even fire?
2, 1. Control point enabled. Get going.
I like completely lost sight of that pyro. There he is. Fuck. This is not the map to be playing pyro. I mean sniper.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
Go, go, go! Charge! Thanks. That soldier is a spy. Sir, yes, sir.
Sir, yes, sir.
Control point.
I should not waste a rocket on a potential spy. That seems like a waste. Well, not there because I could see him, but you know what I mean. Alright, I was hoping that guy was coming around the corner. Thank you, medic. Whoop. Whoop. Reload. Okay. I have no ammunition. Don't heal me. Get the fuck away from me. I don't have any ammo. Where's the ammo on this fucking map? Oh, it's a fucking pittance. Where are the ammo packs? What in the fuck? I have to go all the way back to spawn for ammo. Bronchitis Gaming? That's pretty good. Much obliged. Much obliged. Obliged Gaming. Walk out the door. Fuck. Spy. Got him. I saw that. He tried to get away. Alright, I got a pretty good range of vision here. As long as no spies sneak up on me. Alright, they got them.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
I need to reload, and I'm out of fucking ammo again. There's a little bit here. Here goes. That's like stuck in my head now. What? You really got that up, huh?
Mission ends. The control point is being captured.
You know what? I'll give you credit. I should not just be randomly shooting. Get his ass! Damn.
Mission ends in 10 seconds.
Ah, ammo. We win.
Victory.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh, that's it? Oh. Alright, that was that match. We out here for Bronchitis Gaming. You know what? I need to bring back the voice rewards for channel points. I don't remember why I got rid of those. Whoop. Letting my voice get stale. I don't know. Cancel. Stop. I'm not going to fucking upward again. I can only play that map so many times. Let me see. Limiter. There's... Oh no, I needed a limiter. Okay. I wanted a limiter on my mic. There we go. Ah! Probably like 6.6. That's better. Now I'm not blowing your ears out. But that doesn't like cut me out, does it? With the limiter? If I scream, does it cut out when I peek the mic? All right, I'm gonna try this. Hopefully it's not too loud. How was that? Is good? Ah, why have I not been using a limiter this whole time? I'm a dumbass. Cool. Cool. Okay. Cool. I can do that shit now and not worry about hurting your ears. Whatever. A whole new world has opened up because I remembered what a limiter is. You want some pyro gameplay? As long as this isn't about to change maps. Bitch! Fuck me.
I love joining a match as it ends, so I get to find a new match immediately. It's so much fun.
Blech. I ate a mini sentry. That is a good name. Mercenary part. How much do you want to bet there's 2 bots on here already? How do you get to 82 points as scout? I probably was on a achievement server or something.
Prepare to compete in 60 seconds.
Pyro gaming. Wait, hold on. I don't have anything echoey enough for medic or pyro. Whatever. Oh no, he got a taunt kill, it was fair. Leave him alone. Hey, check this out. Hold on, wait. I made a loadout just for the bike. Check this shit out. Fuck!
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Let's fucking go! Yes! I ran over his teleporter. I see you admiring.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
I'm a Hellraiser. He's in shock and awe.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5,
Watch me do a wheelie.
3, 2, 1.
All right, that's enough. Get the Pizza Hut out. I'll take that. I just saved your fucking life, bro. And you wasted it by standing in the doorway instead of getting a heal. Oh, why did I ever... How did that guy stab me? I was like 100 miles away from him. Whoop, I went the wrong way. I don't know. I don't trust this guy. Wait, that was the wrong weapon. I really just ran at that guy with my fucking scorch shot. We're gonna follow tradition where if red can't hold the first, they rage quit. Is that tradition? I don't play this map very often. Oh, you'll love it. Why would you fire a rocket at me? The hit sounds are incredible. Thank you.
The control point is being contested.
Which point? Oh, you're fucked. Oh, I don't want to be here. Come here so I can heal you. Ow!
The control point is being captured.
Ah, you know what? I air blasted too early. That's on me. Yummy booger.
Yummy booger.
Well, they kind of steamrolled us. E. They have too many pyros.
Our control point is being captured.
That fucking spy again. Mr. Molly Mall. Hamburger. Mr. Molly Mall. Oh, you dodged that shit. Got him. You didn't dodge that one, did you? Yep. I hit F1. Red kick bot. You know, bro. We can see it. Where are these bullets coming from and going? Oh wait, I forgot what team I was on.
The control point is
Die. Die. Damn, he's not gonna die. I like forgot that I was on red team for a second there. So I saw those people jumping around, didn't do anything about it. Burn. Burn. I gotta go upstairs. This guy's not gonna even know I can come to him from here. It's the same scout again. Your medic's dead. Get fucked. Wait, it didn't matter. My team's dumb. Oh, nope, we got him. Building a sentry. Building an orphanage. How do we not have a sentry up yet? We don't have a sentry up. Whatever. Whatever, man. Did we lose? Because they couldn't get a sentry up? I would say we do. Oh, I'm gonna spawn just as soon as we lose. Watch. I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, see? Building an orphan. My team is bad, apparently, because we've lost 3 times in a row.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
This dude is just playing around with not actually doing anything.
On 3. 1, 2, 3. Systems
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
1, 2, 3. Systems
Are we riding?
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just completely negate that. Fuck, I missed. That must have been a direct hit. Oh my god, this same fucking spy. Yeah, it was a direct hit. That explains why that moved way faster than I expected. Wow, dead. Who's that? That demo didn't have a single working eye. Oh, I don't have the right weapon on. Fuck! Ah, I almost had it. I think I made his sentry kill him though, which is pretty funny. I should just no, put the fucking maul on. I don't care about power jack. I really don't. Fuck. I can't believe that spy got away. Bitch! Oh no! Now I don't trust that there's not a spy out here. I heard him die. Come on, bro. Fuck. Oh, you would have the fucking flog. This isn't going well. Alright, he's dead. I don't want to spawn and then die. That doesn't feel good. My team is bad considering we can't even take the first. Fucking flog pyros. Ugh. We're also down 2 people, which doesn't help. If I get backstabbed on my way out here, I'm just gonna DC. Oh, I saved your fucking life, dude. I got it! Oh, I fucking got his. I got his sentry. Ah, fucking bot. I swear to God, if I die of bleed before I can even walk out the goddamn door. Oh, just fucking kill me. Thank you. I'm leaving. Fuck this. This is terrible. Oh. Well, that was fast. I might need to take a break here in a minute. Hit the potty. No! No, I'm not doing upward. No. No, abandon. Abandon. Let's adjust these maps here. Fucking... I don't care about Mercenary Park anymore. I don't want to do fucking... Don't feel like Five Gorge. Don't feel like fucking... Up. What is it? I don't want upward. Just turn off payload altogether. What is KSP? Kerbal Space Program. What was the other map I got and was like, holy shit, I don't want to do this? CP well, get rid of that. And turn on CTF well. And fuck it, turbine, whatever. Harvest? Oh, it was a harvest. Harvest is king of the hill. Turn off harvest, okay. And honestly, just save that, like, whatever. All right, I'm gonna do a quick BRB. We'll play a little bit more TF2, and then we'll switch over to Kerbal Space Program. Once I feel like I'm tired of shooting people. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It was a quick BRB. I just had to go potty. Is the game on screen, please? OBS, cooperate. Yes, it was. Okay. The moment I tabbed out, it showed up. All right. Let's fucking go.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Try to do like a flat Eric noise.
Wow.
Would you say that's a flat Eric noise? Hello? You thought I said flat Earth? How do you get Earth out of Eric? All right. You're getting pyro again. There's like nobody in this server. Oh, that was my bad.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
What were you thinking, brother? You ran yourself into a corner.
Mission ends in 30 seconds.
I gotcha. Wow. Ow!
Mission ends in
I guess I'll just go back to resupply. Okay.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. And we win.
victory.
Nice job, partner. Nice job, partner. I'm the engineer of Team Fortress 2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is a trick.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Control point enabled.
Oh, you fucking... I knew that scout was coming back.
Ooh, yeah, you were real scary.
Wow. Tested.
Alert. The control
What
point
were
has been
they
tested.
thinking? Wow, our whole team died at like the same time. Oh, you know what? Whatever. I'm going on to the point. Well, I tried. Bro, what are you doing? What the fuck was that? Oh, we're just gonna get loaded up with scouts. Is that what's gonna happen? Two people completely failed to hit each other, and then one of them just like dives. Where'd that scout go? Can he come back? I tried to save that guy's life before I fell. Got him. Kind of. I should just live in the alleys here. Hold on.
Alert. The control point is being captured.
What the fuck? That dude was floating. Medic. Thank you. Holy shit, they both helped me. Oh, they're taking the fucking capture point. Maybe I should do something about that. Watching out for that scout. I don't want him to run up behind me. Alright, they're Ubered. They got this. Why'd you come down here? Why would you do that? Ah! I've never seen this hat before in my life. Okay. Why am I to hit the fucking medic? It's here. Go here.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Okay, he's dead. Huh? Oh, you fucking. I'm gonna try MasterGir.
Control point is being contested. Mission ends in 30 seconds.
I gotta hold on. Just a second. Let me pause this music here.
Mission ends in 10 seconds.
Oh wait, the mission. Let me worry about the mission first. I missed! Fuck! I got killed by a bad player. Holy shit, it is the skin of our fucking teeth here. Oh, hold on. There we go. How in the fuck did we lose this? It was in the bag! No, medic! Medic, don't let me die. They just need to live. Medic, live! Oh my fucking god, dude. Scout, live. Scout, fucking live. And he's dead. Oh my god, you can't even fucking approach! What is happening? Why did they decide to, like, be good? Last fucking second. Jesus fucking Christ. I bet the only sniper we have is, like, a dipshit, too. Yep. We have 2 snipers, and I bet they're both dipshits. Nope, one of them's good. I need to go while that sniper is dead. can't handle these scouts. Mini sentry? Alright. Get free metal.
Mission ends.
Pick it back up. Got him. That's pretty good. I won by shooting that engineer. All right. Oh, that music I was gonna put on. Yeah, hold on. I don't think it'll get caught. Hopefully it won't. I'm gonna hope for the best. There's nothing on YouTube showing any kind of like ownership or anything of the song, so I'm gonna hope for the best. Sawmill again. TTF. I mean, King of the Hill. Completely said the opposite. Alright, I can try Pyro again.
We have secured the control point ahead. Our control point is being captured.
Okay. He got headshotted, I think. Yeah. What in the fuck just happened?
The control point is being captured.
That was funny. Hold on.
Alert. The control point is being
I'm gonna hope that the VOD doesn't get muted from this song because I want to put this on loop. This is this round's music. Ah, I already burnt all my fucking ammo. There you go. Fuck. We have a sentry? Oh, we do, but it's a level 2. That guy's gonna get away with that. We're losing.
We have lost the control point.
Yeah.
We have secured the control point.
What even just hit me?
Mission ends.
Was that my own flare? Did I even fire one of those?
The control point is being
Can I do the sawmill trick? I don't know what the sawmill trick is. I did fire that flare? Huh. I didn't even like register that I did that. Who's like popping off shots over here?
We have an off control point.
Well, I'm gonna do something about that. Fuck off! This is not going my way at all. Why do we have 5 demo men? Nope. Because Demo Man is the best man? Well, we don't need 5 of them. We don't need a demolition squad. I'm gonna make this music carry over to the next round because that sucked. Fucking high pass, okay. This is Flibba Dibba Hoinka Smeege. It's from Enter the Florpus. That newer Invader Zim movie that happened. For fuck's sake, the moment I get in, there's a bot on blue. I'm gonna sit right here and wait.
Let's go.
All right, he's gone.
You've killed them all.
Oh. I'm not good at rocket jumping.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
All right, got it. Yeah, throw your fucking little sticky bombs, bitch. I don't give a shit. Ah! Told ya. I killed someone else. Don't take that! Oh, thank God. Where did he go? I'm scared. I don't have any shotgun ammo. Fuck! Who are you? Go fuck yourself. That wasn't part of your fight. Nice knife, though.
Victory.
Shazbot!
Need a little bit of a drink again.
Competition begins in 10 seconds.
This is a lovely song. Yeah, I think so. There's nobody here. Nope. All right, I'm gonna let this song end. I'm gonna let it play out. Tribes Ascend was fun. It's a shame what they did to it. A game where you go that fucking fast was fun. I-Res doesn't know how to make confident games. That's, yeah. Mouth noises. You like mouth noises? You like mouth sounds? No. You just said no. Okay. Hey, it's Turbine. Time to do nothing. That really didn't put him out. Don't use the shovel. Grow up. I have zero. Yeah, I also fucking hate this map, but I thought it'd be funny to play on it. I have zero fucking respect for market gardener soldiers. Genuinely none whatsoever. Stop opening the door! If you stop opening the door, I can fire. Wait, can I? Yes, I can fire through it. Alright, I think we might be safe for a second. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Damn. Damn. Whatever, I got a good shot on him. I have a feeling this is gonna be a really short round. They're trying their damnedest to win. Anyway, I said that about market gardeners and then didn't even look at the chat. Would anyone have anything to say about that? Yeah. YouTube kitties and they're epic for knowing how to rocket jump a little. Yeah, it really is just the look at me loadout. Look how pro I am. I watched a YouTube video about high damage. Don't hit me. I see a sniper out there. Is he gonna have the balls to come out? No. Did they just get crits? Other sniper, you just blocked my ass. Come here. Ah. You know what I should do? Instead of trying to use the sniper rifle. Training launcher gardeners is boring. Yeah, no, if you're gonna try to make me impressed, use a real rocket launcher instead of the fucking jumper. See, I might have missed him, but he also did nothing, so. Whoa. Come on, walk through the fucking door. That didn't hit any. What? Oh my god, the Girardi is so fucking bad. It landed on top of them, and nobody got splashed. Aw, whatever. Wow, I can't believe somebody actually finished a round in this map. Is my ping okay? I have no idea. How about one last match and then we move on to KSP? Yeah. Let me turn that other music back on. There we go. Whoop, need to chat back. Demonite Saber loadout? Eh. I miss when the Caber was good. Am I about to hit my limit? I just feel like the tilt meter is starting to rise. You know what I mean? I'm very slowly starting to get tilted and it's making me perform worse. I'm not even taking this all that seriously, but it's like, I don't know, last night when I just had the fucking stupid Enemies song on loop for like 2 hours, I did great. Today, I'm kind of like 3 deaths for every kill. High pass. Fine. How many bots have there been? There's been a good amount of bots, but they've usually been kicked within seconds, so.
30 seconds.
I don't know. Fucking whatever. Who cares? I think people should go back to calling this the Kuntsman instead of
In 10 seconds.
being babies and calling it Luxman instead.
5, 4,
Oh, dirty, nasty.
overtime. We have captured the control point.
Fuck. Damn it! I knew he was around here. And I didn't say that just because of his name. Hello, everybody.
The control point has been contested.
Hey, everybody, watch out when you cross the street and look both ways so you don't end up dead beat. Hey, everybody, watch out when you cross the street and dancing, singing in the intersection. Wow. Okay, man. Whatever.
Okay, mate.
Don't come in here. Wow. Wait, what? It's over? Alright, that's not the last match. One more. I fucking hate joining a fucking match and it ends moments after getting in there. How are things going? They're going. They're going. Yeah, that dude didn't even hesitate. All aboard the pain train. I'm out of sweet tea. Viaduct? Oh, here we fucking go. Here we go. I love me a viaduct.
5, 4,
I just wish people were here.
2, 1.
Is he close to reinstalling? You know what's fucking me up? Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Alright, they're gonna just flood me with other pyros.
Control point enabled. The control
What's got me fucked up is I'm not using, the degreaser. I'm expecting a degreaser. So I swapped to my... So I swapped to this, and it's not as fast as I expect. I can't do this by myself? Why am I the only one on the point? Just tuned in as an excellent hit sound. Thank you. I think so too. Whoop. Oh, thank God there's somebody else for half a fucking second. Whatever, we capped it. I need help. You fucking prick! Oh, you were on fire. It's okay. Never mind. Can you build that faster, please? Classic Scout. Classic Scout. I can't do this by myself. What do we have? 2 spies. Don't need them. Alright, I get on the point now. Ugh. My team is bad. Wow, okay, that was my bad. I'll take that loss. Oh, that dude's been idle. Redeemed revolver.
Ends in 30 seconds.
This isn't even me being tilted. Like, nobody on my team approached the point until just now. They like I don't know. They just woke up. They just realized that a match was going on or something. I don't know.
You failed.
One more. I need a good match before I play KSP. I need a good match. One more. I want to end on a good note. Overwatch healers are nothing to Medic. It's true. Medic is the only good healing class that I've ever played. I still don't like Medic, but it's the closest to fun that healing class has been. Mountain Lab, this could be rough.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Is there anyone here? All right, I'd like to point out that there's nobody on my team. I'm just gonna re-queue. For whatever balancing issues this game has, I've already accepted that nothing's ever gonna get fixed. TF2's balance, I'm pretty confident in saying is set in stone for the foreseeable future. I don't think anything's ever gonna get rebalanced in this game ever again. And I almost don't want them to, because if they're gonna fucking ask anybody for help with rebalance, they're gonna fucking talk to Banny, and that dude is a bitch. Don't fucking ask Banny about balance. Or like, they're gonna ask the fucking like, they're gonna ask Banny or like Dane. And I don't want to hear any fucking opinions from Banny or Dane on what the fucking balance should be. Because they're gonna piss their pants and whine about something that's completely not an issue and ruin it for everyone else because that's the way they want the game to be. And yes, I'm gonna fucking throw them under the bus for that too, yes. I don't give a shit. I'm done. Fuck it, whatever. They're babies. They're big bitches. Alright, okay, it's a vote to get rid of a bot. Guaranteed. Whatever. Alright, so we're defending the last point. I don't know why I took that teleporter because it went nowhere. I missed. I don't know how, but I did. Oh, I don't know what just happened. Easiest shot in the world and I just missed it. You go through and tell me someone's there. No? This is my canary. Ah, don't taunt when I'm fucking with a huntsman, you idiot. No, get off huntsman. What am I doing? I'm just gonna make myself angry. Whatever. Use the classic? Oh, I don't want to use the classic. I hear a sentry going off. What the hell's happening? Oh, someone's up here. I don't know what to do. Don't shoot me anymore. Oh, we don't have a sentry to defend. I'm gonna like not make it out in time because my respawn time is so long. They're gonna just jump to the point. No, okay, they got set back up. Oh, they're fucking sniper, of course. Look at that zoom in.
Alert. Our last control point is
Am I gonna die? We're gonna lose. We're gonna
the final control point is being contested.
lose. So much for ending on a high point.
Control point is being captured.
No, I don't have it in me anymore. All right, I'm gonna do a quick BRB and then we're gonna swap over to Kerbal Space Program. You gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them. All right, I'll be right back. And yeah, it's pronounced Kerbal. If you've been saying Kerbal, you've been doing it completely wrong. You know, I've been considering running a community server. Maybe. It's a big fat maybe. I would have to see how I don't know. I'd have to see what the activity is like. Maybe I'd get it, run it for a month if the activity is consistent enough. I'd see about keeping it around, but I don't know. Maybe. 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 The issue is they're as active as the streamer that joins, unless you're a TF tuber. That's the thing, is like, I don't want it to be like people are only on it if I'm on it, because then there's no point. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna have a server that's around just for me to have people to play with me and then I'll let it die for 6 days out of the week. Sorry, this BRB isn't just me like stalling. There are so many mods in this game right now that ever since I went to BRB, it's been loading. So we're waiting on the game. I think it's roughly halfway there. I don't know. I'll see. I had a community Gmod server for a while, which is even less, what's the word? It's even, what is the word I'm looking for? There's no, like, goal. So with Gmod, it's just go in, fuck around, and be done, right? But I don't know if that makes it more incentive or less to get in. I guess it comes down to a matter of personal preference, but I think having a goal might make people more incentivized to join a server. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Oh, and I can now stop these beats because the game is now ready. That's the end screen. That's another BRB screen. Jesus. All right. KSP. Is the game on screen? Yes, it is. All right. So I have a new save set up. It's just NASA right here. 2 flights in progress, yeah. So this is modded the fuck up. Mostly visual stuff, sound stuff, quality of life stuff, and then a bunch of parts. But nothing like earth-shattering, I wouldn't say. See, visually, it looks pretty nice. Runs like shit. You can see I've got so many fucking mods down here. I've seen this bigger. I've seen it go all the way across the screen for some people, but 3080 Ti. This 2070 is getting the work put in. All right. Oh, I should change the server game. Hold on. I mean, the stream game. Jesus Christ. Kerbal space program. Right there. Done. Done. All right. All right. I can relax a little. Calm down. All right. All right. So what let me get out of the VAB real quick. Anyone need to know anything about what I'm doing? Anyone know is there anyone here who doesn't know what the fuck I'm doing right now? All right, I had a couple test vehicles here. It's just communication satellites. You've never seen this before in your life? Are we making meth with Mr. White? No! No! It's space build. You have over 1,000 hours. Well, I think you know what's happening. I've played off and on since whatever it was, like the third version, the third free little version that came out before they started charging any money. But I had a huge like 3-year gap where I didn't play this, so ever since then I've lost like 90% of my knowledge of this game. So I think I do this every single time I load this game, but I think the easiest, like, put it right here in front of me goal is land on the moon. So I'll go ahead and do that. I had a loader prototype. Okay. Wait, this is the autosave version. Where's the regular? There. Just in case there was something different. This looks mostly ready. Got no way of ever getting back, but I can land once and be done. Sure. Or no, you know what? Let me try to get a docking ship going. Let's see. Start small. Actually, maybe that's a little too small. Mark 2, yeah, there we go. Alright, first things first, before I forget, I need a parachute. Oop, a little bit big there. There we go. Drug shoot, yeah. I'm just checking something. Alright. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the order I want for this. So they get in and out of the bottom. Oh, this is a really bad capsule to use if they get in and out of the bottom. All right, give me this one back then. All right, go back to the parachute. Always parachute before I forget. These two just to be safe because I don't trust. I've got a mod for realistic parachute physics and I don't trust it to not fall faster than I expect. Power. No. Yeah. Control. I don't think I need a reaction wheel on this one, actually. Do I have unlimited money? Yeah, this is a sandbox. I can just do whatever I want. Let's see. I want to keep the power so that can stay there. The right size heat shield? Yes, it is. On a heat shield. Need to be able to land. That's a little bit too big. Down and whoop. Just What button do I hold to... What was the fucking button I hold to... Oh, that was the one. Okay. I can't... That'll do. That'll do. Dong. Don't I need a heat shield? Got you covered. Alright. What is this? Oh, that's for bases. Ah, a method of actually acquiring power. That would be nice. How long it would take to make a ship that's just the unicycle frog? I think you could make a robot that even unicycles if you tried hard enough. They added robotics and shit in one of the last updates. Whoop. I want double symmetry. What kind is this? I want the long ones. Yeah, that one. Okay. Well, now communication, because communication's important in the game now. Just put that there, whatever. It might burn up, but that's okay. A method of power source. How about some RCS? Actually, RCS on the very, very, very last stage isn't terribly important. Alright. So I'm gonna start small. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Just realized something's not working here. Also, let me do that. Shit. There. Let me do that so that I can take the batteries. These batteries. No, not these ones. These. Oh, no, not these ones. So, yeah, these. All right. Because I forgot this is for, like, docking. I need to be able to dock, right? This isn't meant to get back in the atmosphere. If this gets back in the atmosphere, they're fucked already. So... need a coupling. No, isn't there like a more flush one? Talking Junior, no. Oh, this is what I was thinking of, is the shielded one. Does this work as a heat shield? Max temp 20. 3,300. Maybe this could, I don't know. Maybe it would. Huh. Yeah, I forgot. I don't need legs because this isn't meant to be landing. I'm just used to landers. I hate docking. Docking is so fucking annoying. Okay. So... Docker MK1... Oh, in this case, though, if it... Yeah, no, I do need RCS on this stage. That means... Ooh. Fuck. Trying to make the space for all this shit's gonna be frustrating. How about... I don't know. Maybe I can't do 4. Yeah. that's probably enough. If you watched 50 hours of this game without laying hands on it. Place Kerbal with minion. Oh no. Don't fucking Vectroid, don't say that shit. I don't want to hear minion space program. Fucking minion space program. You're right is the thing. That's what makes me mad more than anything. No one's absolutely done that. Needs to be said. It doesn't. No. No. No.
No.
I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Mercy, yes. 'Cause there's a huge checklist of shit that has to be done for this to work. Put all the parachutes in one stage. By the way, thank you to anyone that sticks around for this, because I know this game is incredibly boring. It's boring when I'm not just being like some dork-ass child that's purposely making bad things that explode. Slow burn? Yeah. So... Alright. Okay, so I need... Small... This is a small fuel stage. That's a little too small. I need to add this. Wait, no. Yeah. Fuck. Huh? Huh? Wait a minute. Do I need to add... No, not that. Hold on, wait a minute. RCS. So you see how infrequently I fucking use docking? That's Junior. Put that there, put that there, put this. Fuck. I'm trying to wrap my head around how I need to do this. Because crew can't... The crew doesn't need to transfer straight through it. If the crew doesn't need to transfer straight through it, I can put... A lot of that Kraken stuff got fixed is the thing with end-to-end docking. A lot of that got patched up. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Okay, well, okay, yeah, I think I got it. Instead of on the bottom, whoop, that's way too big. Where is telescopic? That's really big too. What in the fuck is going on? Where's that little shielded one? Oh, that's right, it was only little because it was on the bottom. Oh, you hold the button to do this, I see. What is that? That's a docking port Junior, okay. Okay. I'm gonna move this lower. Reduce chances of collision. And then I'll replace these with... Okay, and then, okay. It's coming together in my mind. I can put the thermal shield on here now. And then I want to put, there's parachutes, radial chutes. Those are a little big. Those are even bigger. There. Probably don't need 2 chutes, but whatever. Better safe than sorry. That's not like it cost me money. Ugh. And now, because I gotta design this, and then I gotta design something for it to connect to make a station. I want to make a station. That's what I should do, because I never fucking do it. I never make a station, because it's so frustrating to make or to dock. You know what? While I'm thinking about it, though, what'll help me with docking? Wish this part wasn't so fucking big. There. 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 Alright, and that'll help me with the launch and getting into a proper orbit. It saves me a little bit of trouble. I'm well past the point of giving a fuck if somebody makes it easier on themselves to get into orbit. Oh, Mr. Sullivan. Where is... I'm losing my damn marbles here. I'm trying to think of what I want to do. Okay, I know what I want to do. I want to put in a stack separator right there. All right, okay, I remember how I'm doing this. Fuel, need this one because I don't need a ton of fuel. This should just be enough to boost me into an orbit, or to get me lined. All right. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, might not even need that. Yeah. Oh, that's way too big. I do not need that much power. How about... No, one side's up. There we go. Nope, bigger. Hello? How is this listed as being larger? What in the fuck? Okay, bro. There. Most of this is just getting spent getting into orbit in general. I might even be overkill as it is. Have the thread. Well, we'll see, won't we? I don't know. I don't really trust this. And thank you for the little subscription there. I don't know what that voice was. I apologize. You can take it back if you want. I have enough Delta V. Okay. See, that's the other thing too, is I play so ignorantly. I could figure out the Delta V and shit. I just don't. What's the gimbal on this? Is this gimbal? All right, it's gimbaling. Cleric space program. Yeah, that's probably fine. Where is... There she is. There. Oh, I know what I forgot. There was something else I forgot. Oh, no, put this, reattach this. Drop that. I need, where is it? Needs to be big enough. Or is it under payload? Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Helps with the aerodynamics. It looks really fucking stupid now, though. That's okay. It helps with the aerodynamics, I promise. I used to be able to just launch it as it was, but they changed the way the aerodynamics work. Actually, you know what? This might be way wider than it needs to be. Yeah, I think that was way wider than it needed to be. Shit, hold on. A little bit. Right there. Right there. Let me close it. Why won't it let me close it? Brother, come on, man. Really? There. What is your fucking problem? Really? Alright, whatever. If I say so. Oh, I promise. I promise. Now it looks like a fucking warhead. Alright. Oh, well, instead of launching this first, I'm actually gonna immediately... let's see. Where is... Alright. I want my sub-assemblies. I'm gonna take this starting here. Fuck. Where? Oh, right here. Docker launcher. I don't know. Who cares? Whatever. I don't know. Alright. Now, new one. Alright. And then I want a station core. Sure. Yeah. Okay. How about 2? How about I smack 2 into this thing? That shouldn't be too much heavier. We're gonna blow up the moon. I don't want to go anywhere near the moon right now. All right. Crew. Go ahead and not have any crew in here because I'm going to... Let me see. Where do I want to attach it? It really doesn't matter. This is something I like to do is... Where's the radial? I need a radial coupler. Just a teeny tiny... Oh, that's not teeny tiny. I guess none of the decouplers are really that small, huh? Might be the smallest. All right, let me put a single radial decoupler right here. And then what I'm going to add is... Yeah, a little CubeSat part. Oh, is it not gonna let me? All right, hold on. Oh, that's right, I have to... Where is it? Just a little part right here. And, whoop, this one. Little. There. If I add a little CubeSat right here, I can get it up into orbit. And then once it's up in orbit, I can just, and somebody's docked to it, I can just go, make it go bye-bye. You know what I could even also do is, where's like the... Oh, there's like the little rockets for when you jettison something to help it stay the fuck away. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of it. Oh, right here, Sepatron. There we go. And now it'll go the fuck away. All right. Station. Whoop. Mark 1. Okay. The aerodynamics of this are actually kind of fucked. Maybe I can fiddle with robotics. There's a hinge. I could try a hinge. I don't know how to... I don't know how to make it start in one position and end in another. I've literally never fiddled with these robotics. Tank's full of Delta 8. We can't get to space. We don't have enough Delta 8. Alright, I don't know how to fiddle with these, so... Whoa. I thought it was going to be like the legs and have a very simple on-off function. But I guess not. I'll have to play with that sometime in the future. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I only need one. Hold on. There we go. Oh, that's clipping right into it. That's not gonna work. Yeah, undo that. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna have to just give this a big ass fairing and hope for the best. Let's see. So for docking, I need... Let's see. Oh, I could put an inline clamp in here, actually. I don't remember if I need a specific... If the junior can attach to this or not is the problem. I don't think it can. Yeah, I think I have to have a specific junior port. How about I put a junior here and a normal no. That's so much more size to it if I do that. Where's here it is. But there. All right, smaller one on top, larger one on the bottom. Two options. Okay. So I have no idea how much this weighs. I'm gonna see if my sub-assembly will work with this. Nope, that's not gonna work. That fairing is no good. Get out of here. Let me off. Stop. Left alt. All right. Oh boy. That means I need... Shit, was that structural? Structural. Or is that coupling? Or aerodynamics? Or payload? No, it was payload. Payload. All right, that's excessive. How about right there? Yeah, that's fine. Don't need that. That looks like shit. Nope. This one? Nope. Truly, I am the best at this game. Nope. Ah, there we go. That still looks bad, but what you gonna do, right? That's really far off the ground. That's better. How are we looking on Delta V here? We're probably fine. Gonna hope for the best. That sets off. Oh, this should... Alright, those go off at the same time. Get rid of that fairing. Actually merge these, fairing and that at the same time. That goes off. Oh, I'm missing a decoupling stage here. There we go. Okay, you don't want to activate the engine and then throw it away. That's bad.
But that's bad. Okay. You don't want to throw it away. That's bad.
Wow, this looks like shit. This looks fucking terrible. Hope it works. Oh shit. Nope, back to the VIB. I'm drinking a little coffee. I go back to the VAB. Go back to the VAB. I forgot to throw on a mech jeb. Because if I'm gonna do a station, having a machine that automatically puts it in an exact orbit is useful. Wait, what? Okay, I guess I don't need it. How about, I don't know, 200 kilometers? Coffee, you know. All right, let's pray to God. Oh. Going a little fast. A little fast for this altitude. This really does just look like an ICBM. This is the single hardest game you've played. This is a game that's a very, very, very high skill ceiling. Like when you're at the top of the, if you're a top tier person that plays this game, you're a fucking genius. Like straight up. Like that's not like hyperbole. You're literally like a genius. All right, match Jeb. Where's my ascent guidance? How we looking? 14-second burn. I think we can manage. I think I'm going to dump that stage. Hello? Wait. What? Where's the engine? What? Where'd my engine go? What the fuck just happened? Oh, okay. Where did my engine go? Where did the engine go? Engine, okay. There's an engine in there. Why? There's a heat shield under it. Why is there a heat shield? Where did this shit come from? Wait, hold on. I got rid of something I didn't need to get rid of. This. All right. Okay, all right. Okay, I got it. That goes off. 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 Okay. All right, I got it now. All right, cool. We're saving on weight now too, because I don't have a random heat shield in there. Oh, my back. Oh. Oh. I need to stop sitting like a moron. I need a new chair. I am never taking a computer chair recommendation from Mira ever again. This thing sucks. Oh. What an overpriced piece of shit. Ugh. I sit like a whore. Not all the time. We still set to 200? We are. Okay. Oh. Alright, this will go much better this time. I have long legs, okay? I gotta do something with them other than shove them under the desk. That's just not comfortable. Things are heating up. I want more coffee. Use a scaler tool, scale my legs down. Exit atmosphere in 13 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah. All right. Now, I think this is a good time to bail on that stage. We really don't need it. This should boost us to where we need to be? Question mark. It says it's a 5-second burn if I run through. Wait. Where did all my fuel go? What just happened? Huh? What? Huh? What happened? Was my fuel getting siphoned for that first stage? I'm not wasting billions if I reset time every time. Hold on. I think the fuel was getting transferred all the way from that stage down to the bottom stage. Let's see. Can't do anything because it insists that I look at the fucking shield. No prop. No, crossfeed is disabled. This is a monoprop tank? Oh my fucking god. It's not even the right fuel. It's not even the right fuel. I'm a moron. I didn't even put the right fucking fuel in here. RCS fuel tank. Get fucked. Stupid fucking... So where's a regular fuel tank that'll fit in here? This fucked my design because that was what I would design this for. Okay, there. That might not be enough. I kind of don't trust that to be enough. There. All right, I have to edit this fairing again. What the fuck? What did it just do? There we go. That was weird. Those minions down there? Yeah. Yeah, those are minions. I poured all my Delta 8 into that. No wonder my rocket wasn't going off. It was filled with Delta 8 instead of rocket fuel. I told them to fill it up with something that'll get me high. And they didn't quite get the memo. Alright, well, note to self, I need to remember to change the rocket on the other ship. You wish you were full of Delta 8? Why? You have Delta 9. What do you care? You got a funny card that says you can have Delta 9. Why do you need Delta 8? Delta 8 is the weed. Delta 8 is Weed Junior. I think is a good way to put it. Auto stage. Do not auto stage because I can take care of that. When's the Pocket Rocket Mark II coming to KSP? We'll see. We'll see what lies in the future. Did I stage this right? Probably. I'll hope for the best. I remember ages and ages and ages ago, I wanted to try to make my own custom parts so that I could make like a retro rocket, you know, like the 50s style rocket. Making custom parts for KSP is a complete bitch. Like a huge pain in the ass. Then again, I know a little bit more about some of the tools than I did before. Maybe I can try again, I don't know. But then there's shit like the aerodynamics that I don't know. I don't know. All right, we're out of the atmosphere, right? Yes. So get rid of this stage. I'm gonna click the button that says activate so that I don't accidentally set it off. Here we go. Okay. A minute burn. Oh, I don't know if we've got the oomph for this. Oh, I don't know if we've got the oomph for this. Yeah, I don't know. No, we should be fine. Like just barely, but it was just barely fine. Oh no! Oh, we might not. Oh, I'm about to run out of fuel. No. Yeah. Back to the lab again. I gotta go back to the lab again. Fuck. This was just barely too heavy and the engine was just barely too weak. Whoop. Alright. So not that engine. I need just a little bit more thrust. What was that? More than 60 kilonewtons. What is this? 125? That engine's too big. It's too small. The engines are too... Hold on, I need to sort by size again. Oh, that's solid. That one's too big. Fuck. Why don't I have any good small engines? Or you know what I could do? Put that back and make up for it with not that. Oh, and I ran out of fuel too was a problem. Let me drag this down. I have an idea. Fuel tanks. Right? Right, okay. So just a tad more. This is sandbox? Yeah, just a tad more. Okay, put that on there. And then... Those are solid. I don't want solid. Shit, those are really big. Because I just need a little teeny tiny bit more oomph. Quick, what's 16 times 4? 6, 12, 18, 24. 4... 6, 8. $64? That doesn't sound right. 16 times 4? Is it? Wait. 6, 12, 18, 24. 16 plus 16 is 32, 32. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're right. So that's 64 on top of 60. So 124. 124 should be enough. Oh, God damn it. This stupid fucking fairing, man. There. That should be enough. Fuck, and speaking of the fairing. There we go. There we go. There. I got a 30% chance I have a fuel as sacrifice. And the Kerbals no. All right, this
Ah, this will work. This will work.
This should be good enough.
That should be good enough.
Whoa, I forgot I unlocked my chair. I can lean back. Oh, I feel so good. Oh, I need to do that more often. Or giving luck, yeah. Whoa, it's time to turn the AC unit back on, though. Engage the autopilot. Hit it. I'm gonna look at my phone real quick. There we go. God bless Remrera. Sound like a damn old man. Look, when your back hurts, okay? God bless Armenia. SAS disengaged. I have a robot piloting for me. Don't worry about the SAS. Look. I'm like mashing the SAS button and it doesn't let me do it because I have a mech jeb running. It looks like if it fell back down and it nuked the whole place. That's what I was saying. This thing looks like an ICBM. Oh, Canada, you cannot speak English. It's just Montreal. Don't worry about it. I like that sound. I love that sound. That too. I love that sound as well. Damn, we're pretty close to this comsat. All right. We're in space. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. All right. We're pointed where we want to go. Tori, I got your luck. It's okay. I get it. I got it. Okay, that was meant to be running, and I just kind of fucked that up. Oh, activate these two. Activate. Activate, activate, activate. What the fuck? Activate. There we go. All right, we should still be good. No, I missed my mark. We might be a little bit fucked. No, we're good. No, stop, 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 stop. Disengage, stop. 192, 201. Ah, good enough. All right, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. All right, I no longer need you. Bye-bye. Sick. All right, cool. How we doing on RCS? Oh no, I didn't put. I have no way to recharge electric. Should I relaunch or should I just let it stay in orbit? It's slowly draining. It's slowly draining. Because it's satellite controlled.
Houston, we have confirmed oopsie daisies.
Houston, we have an oopsie. Could you repeat that, please? Thank you. Yes, we have an oopsie fucksy. Hey, you know what though? I proved that this works. I proved that it works. I just need to not forget power. I sent those astronauts to Belize. All right. Can I just hide the fucking fairing? Complete fairing. I'll rebuild the fairing in a minute. It's frustrating. All right. So what I need to do is I need the... Oh, those are kind of big. I thought they were going to be thinner than that. That works. Shit, no. I wish I knew how to use the robotics. Somebody in the fucking... Someone in the chat, can you please know how to do this and tell me? If I knew how to use the robotics, I could fucking... Cause like, look, hold on. I could have it expand, but I don't know how to like... I don't know how to activate it. I've never played with the robotics in this, so I don't know how it works. Moving part. Well, actuator no longer frame can be used for a variety of purposes. No motor. Motor size to change. Do I need a motor? Those are rotors, not motors. Is there a difference? Servo. I need the yellow thing. This? So I need... Does it matter where it goes? Oh, it like plays it plays it out as like an animation. Huh. Open editor. All right. Action group. Where's the thing I want? Oh, maybe I don't want action groups. Hold on. Oh, no, hold on. Open track editor. Open editor. Track editor. Oh my god. If you've never played with this, this is incredibly confusing. Is this not this should be an action group though, right? What is this thing? Alligator hinge. Open from the track editor in this. Open track editor. Maybe I'm misunderstanding here. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Yeah. Target angle. Okay. Shit, that's really long if I start there. Okay, but how do I edit it? Automate? How do you automate? All right, I'm in target angle. So, oh, wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Oh shit, wait, hold on. That was too far. Oh, I see. Hold on. 90. Boom. Okay. Shit, no, I just want like a straight angle with no. Alright, go back. Ah, that's fine. Whatever. It goes where I want it to. Okay. Alright, cool. Play. Ah, there we go. I finally got it. Okay. So these are kind of long. I'm gonna swap this out for... That's the long one. Where's the shorter one? Fun to fiddle with once you get the hang of it. I could see that being the case. Bro, why are you doubled on the wrong part? What are you doing? The fuck there? Right? Yeah, good enough. Alright. Can we play this for me, please? Can we play this out? There we go. Alright. And now... the piece of resistance. Gonna get this nice and centered. That looks about right. Fuck off with that shit. Good enough. All right. Toggle solar panel. Toggle solar panel. Is that gonna do what I want it to though? I need to check. No. No, it is not. Tell you what. Let me just hit like, I don't know. Whatever the gear button is. Toggle solar panel. Toggle solar panel. There. And I think the gear button will be just like G or something. And I don't care that these are facing the wrong way because they'll literally rotate to look the way they want. I can make custom and press 1. You know, you're right, actually. It's actually kind of incredible how long it's been since I've fiddled with any of this stuff. There. Retract, retract. All right. Let me move this like here or something. Fuck. God damn it. the station, I just realized, has no RCS capabilities of any kind. I should probably alleviate that as well. So that it's not relying on something connecting to it for RCS. Those are really big. Spread it out. These. These. There. Okay. Oh, yeah. We should be good now. We should be good. All right. Hopefully that wasn't so much weight that I set myself back, though. Because that is actually quite a bit more stuff I just shoved in here. Build fairing. Oh boy, that fairing is like half the fucking ship now. Oh my god, the fairing is so fucking big. Is this even gonna be stable? There's no way this thing is stable now, right? Well, let's find out, I guess. This thing has to be top heavy now. Anything could be stable or unstable in this. That's true. I don't know. We'll see how it handles. The computer is going to be in charge of controlling it, so if the computer can't manage it, then I need to make adjustments. Make sure these are still normal. That's right. Those need to go off. Get rid of that. Yeah. Guidance. Page autopilot. All right, let's fucking go. What have you missed? Every time I'm like, hey, it works, I realize, oh, I fucked something up. I go back, I fix it. Hey, it works. Oh, I fucked something up. I go back, I fix it. You know, just over and over. I think if you want to get technical, I'm trying to make a station. Step one is to get the base module in space. I have not done step one, so I think that goes to speak for it. Looks like I did it. Don't speak too soon. This is surprisingly not top heavy. Holy shit, look at this. It's piercing the fucking heavens. This feels like it's having a harder time getting into space than it did before. Yeah, usually I'm in space and this engine is shut down. Alright, there we go. Should be good. Should be good. As long as this mini, you know, maybe I should keep this stage, because it's definitely not going to be enough to get me to the next stage. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave this stage here. Because this is going to run out and it's still going to be low enough that it'll re-enter the atmosphere and not be clutter. That's always my concern, is the clutter. You fell asleep. Are we winning? No. Well, kind of. Glad you find me so interesting that you fell asleep. Yeah, I don't want any space litter, especially since it will be hanging out in my station's orbit. All right, the moment this runs out, I gotta dump it. Dump it. Go. Oh shit. Hold on. Where's play? That wasn't supposed to activate yet, but okay. Are we there? Yes, we're there. Stop. 200. Oh shit, no we're not. Stop. Turn off RCS, I don't want to waste it. Fuck. Okay, I kind of fucked up the orbit here. That's okay. I can readjust. A little. Was that 200, 200? Perfect. Okay. Where's... That's right, I don't have any stability control. Tori's flicking the bars in her fucking cage. Alright, just get me here. I need to do half a fucking second of a burn. Hello? Why am I not able to do a burn? Why is my engine not burning? Why are you not going? Fucking autopilot.
Aston tries flicking the bars.
Why is the engine not turning on? What the fuck was that shit? What is happening? Did it work at least? 212, 200, whatever. What the fuck ever. You know, hold on. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Had a maneuver like 30 seconds away. Yeah, hold on. We go to 198. $99, 201. 1, 2.
Aston, we have a problem.
4. Yep. Good. That's good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. I can't be that much of a stickler. I really can't. Gone. Be gone. This is now a station. Alright, just get myself separated away from that a little bit more. That's gonna float around forever, unfortunately, but... You know what you're gonna do, right? So what are we at? 201 and 199. Shit, I readjusted it with my RCS. Whatever, hey! It's up here. And guess what? That was the easy part. Oh, this could have used some stability. You see that wiggle? I did not know this was going to wiggle this much. That's a bad thing. That's a really bad thing. You don't want to wiggle. Well, whatever. It's powered up. It's ready to go. Ready for someone to dock. Probably send up an engineer and add struts. That's right. You can do that now. I've actually never had a chance to play with in-space craft modification. Damn, I completely forgot I could do that. Okay, well, Space Center. Good lord, that took forever. All right. I need to remember to replace that engine or fuel tank because I still have the RCS fuel tank on the part that's going up. All right. VAB. All right, load up. Where is it? Was it Docker? All right. First things first. Oop. Why the fuck did I do this? I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Move this here. This is the wrong type of fuel. That should be enough fuel for just this. That should be enough for just this, I think. Delete fairing, edit build fairing. Hello, can you please, for the love of God, work with me here? What in the fuck? There. Okay. This should be fine. Engine goes off. Bearing does not need to be the next thing that goes. This goes here. Bearing and that can go at the same time. Engine goes off. Dump the engine. Parachute if I need to get back in the atmosphere. Okay. Fuck yeah. Save this. This all looks good. Is there like some like cargo or something I could put in here to make it easier to... Oh wait, that was I needed that actually. Is there something I need in here to modify shit in space? I actually have no idea. Or is it just something you do with a specific type of Kerbal? Alright, I don't want him on here. I want Bill. Just have an engineer. Okay. Gotcha. Whoa, shit. I forgot that the back of my chair wasn't locked. Just thought I was about to meet God. Alright. This should be fine. I'm gonna drag this up about an inch. Yeah. Good lord. It'll wake you up. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, now... Shit, let me think. I actually cannot launch this right now. I have to wait until the station comes back round again, and it's about to enter an orbit a little bit above me. Because if I launch now, I'm just gonna miss it, like, altogether. You can't play catch-up in space. That's not how it works. Okay, let me see. Yeah, see, there's the station, and there's no sense launching now. So, just fast forward. So it's coming up right... I don't know, I want to say maybe... maybe here? Here. That should be fine. Okay. Fuck, the game is really struggling with how much shit's in here. But no, what's all this bullshit? Where's my fucking... You're wasting my time. You can hear this game is struggling. It's your first stream when you're intrigued? Well, get intrigued. Alright, let's see. Oh, this poor game. I've loaded so much bullshit into this poor game. It doesn't know what it's doing. Fuck, I'm out of drink. Oh, I don't have any water either. Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, I do have water. I gotta reach carefully. I don't have time for this. Got it. Okay. Shit. Okay, here we go. Jeb, ascent guidance, engage autopilot, launch. I need to keep track at all times. Oh, fuck. I might be playing catch up. I might have to wait another day. I gotta see where the predicted orbit's going. Come on, man. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I'm not gonna make it. I don't think... Well... I don't know, maybe. Because it looks like it's going like... it might... I might make it. Because I don't have to make a round orbit. I just need to get to that exact... Is that 200? Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh shit, I might actually be fine. Because once I get to 200, I can try to slow down a little bit, maybe. Alright, turn the autopilot off. Get that shit out of here. Alright, I got a quick save. Alright. Nope, I'm not gonna make it. That's about to get there and I'm not gonna make it. Shit. Yeah, see, look. Fuck. No, okay, I gotta revert the flight. Did he pack? No, see, that's what I was asking if I had to pack anything specifically to add struts. And I was just told, no, I have an engineer. All right. Well, in that case, cargo. How do I pack struts? Do I have to have like a cargo unit and stick it in there? Oh, inventory. There's an inventory thing here. Can I just take, I don't know, struts, put them in there? Oh, I can. Oh. Okay. I understand. Also, MechJeb appears to just be a part of this piece, and I don't need the thing. I can reduce that weight by getting rid of that part. Okay. I'll save it. Go to the launch pad. That actually worked out then, that I was too late for that launch. So I'm gonna wrap it back around. I'm gonna let it wrap back around again. This is the first hard thing about trying to dock, is knowing the right time to launch. Getting that right launch window. It's easier to slow down, but you literally cannot catch up. Well, you can, but you waste a lot of time, energy, and resources. You'd have to take a smaller orbit and then boost yourself back out again. It's like, just slow down. Because if you boost up, then you still have to slow back down again to, you know. It's rough. Ideally, you want to just get to the same point in space at the same time as something else and not have to do either. So where's this? I'm gonna set it as a target. Alright. Oh, stop. Alright, I'm gonna launch now. Launch now. Ascent guide. Engage. Go. This is the most important view right here. I need to see where this is gonna... Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Shit. Did I launch in time? I hope I launched in time. Wait. Did I set a target? Oh, I don't know. I'm too scared to fiddle with any buttons right now. I kind of want to just let it go and do what it's gonna do. This will tell me if I've launched in time. The apoapsis is right there. Shit. I need to adjust. Fuck. Get this out of my face. Do I have the time? I don't know if I have the time. Huh? Shit, get that out of my face! Fuck, I passed. Stop. I just didn't launch in time. No, I was too late. Because, hold on, look. Because I believe, what is this? That's the target's position, and I'll be right here. So I need to launch earlier. Time warp was on 1.0. Shit, yeah.
Revert flight. How do real astronauts do this? It seems so stressful. Real astronauts know all the math. When you know all the math, it's 10 times easier. That was at 2x. No, it was at 1x. Oh, fuck. See, I don't know the math. I'm dumb. So I have to do this by the seat of my pants. Stop, 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 stop. Can I just engage autopilot with a target and see what happens? Just out of curiosity. Is it going to try to put me in an orbit that will meet it, or is it going to try to take me directly to the object? That's what I'm curious about. Yeah, Dragon uses a lower orbit to catch up to the ISS, and then they boost into it. Oh, this might actually do what I want it to do. Or it's trying. I might have been too late again, is the thing. You know what? I might actually have to just circularize this orbit here. Whoop. Wait, whoa, hey, hold on, wait. Hold on. That looks pretty close. Where's the turn on the SAS and shit. Get rid of this extra rocket. Is this gonna work? Target. I don't know. This might work. Can't tell. Fuck. Hold on, wait. What's the play here? Fuck, I'm out of fuel. God damn it. Oh, but there's kind of a close intersection over there. I don't know what the relative to speed 911 separation of 25 kilometers. I don't have the fuel to adjust for that. Look, it's right there. Target at 2 kilometers in 6 minutes? Oh, I don't have fuel for a burn. Unfortunately. I only have so much RCS. Shit. Well, you know what? Fuck it. I can try. Yeah, I know. Physics, I don't care. What's my altitude? Okay. All right, I'm slowing down. Okay. Am I trying to make a space station? Yes, ideally, yes. You know what? Where is it? 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 Where am I? Fuck. Yeah, it's going so much faster. I can't catch up. That's so sad because it's so close. Look how close it is. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Oh. This is some of the hardest shit you can do in this game, I think personally. Is just something as simple as just docking. I think docking is one of the hardest things in general in like actual astronomics. Docking is fucking hard. Fuck. All right. Target it again. Let her wrap back around. What's a good point? Here. This seems early enough that I should be good. Boom, ascent. Target. Yeah, engage. Go. And doing a direct launch to rendezvous is even harder. See, yeah, that's the thing too, is I'm so fucking impatient I end up doing that. If I just put it into a smaller orbit and tried to adjust from there, I would probably have a lot less trouble. I'd probably save the time that I'm wasting because of impatience. But you know, it is what it is, right? If this frustrates me enough, I will just make a small orbit and deal with it. I literally could just put it on an orbit of like 199 instead of 200. And then just bide my time. Or if I'm up here too early, put it on 201 instead of 200, and again, bide my time. There's no way this is gonna make it. Yeah, it's gonna end up here. See if my prediction's right. Oh, it's heading right for it. Heading right for it. Boom. Pretty close to what I was looking at. All right. Target was... Looking for the target was not good. All right, you know what? I'm going to be early, so how about I just adjust this for 201? Can I, thank you. All right, we'll go into a slightly higher orbit, I guess. How about maybe 205 is safer. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's just let this do its thing, I guess. Hope for the best. Why does Bill have hair? Since when does Bill have hair? Like this kind of hair. You're really not gonna let me fast forward, are you? Thank you. Alright, circularize that shit. Do it. Not everyone's bald like me. Excuse you? That circularized? Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Set this as a target. Quick save. I'm curious. What do I have to fiddle with? Well, you know what I need to fiddle with first is getting you back into a higher orbit. Hold on, I can't do anything until I get unset this target. Two 4 and 204. Okay, yeah, that works. I just need a tiny, 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 tiny little boost. Just the tiniest of boosts. $203 and then what is that? 204. 203, 204, that's fine. Alright, I need to abandon this. Alright. I can set this as a target again. I'm gonna do a quick save. Alright. Time to waste an eternity in space here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, wait, I think that was perfect. I think that was near perfect. Yeah. Alright. Where is it? Where the fuck is my target? Where is it? Okay, there it is. It's still 3 kilometers away. Alright. Point. Can I point at my target? Target. Shit. I have no power. I forgot to extend those. Fuck. Alright. Alright, now instead of pointing directly at the target, I want to point... What is that? Just ahead of it. Alright. Right? Am I good? Alright, I'm approaching it. Very slowly. Not giving me my relative velocity, but... Intersection. Speed 5 second. Distance of 2 kilometers. I don't like that. I want normal. Radial in. I might be wasting my resources doing this. No, that looks way closer. Yeah, 0.9 kilometers. It's a bit of a faster speed here, but... Alright, let me quick save again here. Okay. Oh. All right. Anti-target, 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 anti-target. Right? No. I'm kind of still going not quite the right direction here. What if I go retrograde? Retrograde. Retrograde. Hit the right fucking button. I just want to, for now, I just want to reduce my speed relative to it. Okay. Okay. So now I should be relatively lockstep with it. And I am slowly approaching. Right. If this number starts to go bigger instead of smaller, I know I fucked up. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. Is it getting further away from me? It is. Okay, shit. Target. Okay. Instead of target, I want like, yeah, this way. No, opposite. No, I want right. Fuck, it's really hard to orient myself. Okay. Retrograde. Slow the fuck down. All right, meter a second. This is taking all the fucking brain power I have. Head towards the target. Head towards the target. Fuck. Stability. Nope. I wanted the opposite. I'm slowly remembering how this shit works. Retrograde. No. Retrograde. Blast. 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 Stop. All right. Quick save. Okay. We're within 100 meters. And of course we're on the dark side, so I can't fucking see a thing. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Stop. Shit. Hold on. Okay. Should I rely on my RCS now? I think I have to rely on RCS now. I think I'm close enough that that's a safe bet. Where's docking mode? No. I need to get closer before I go into docking mode. This would fucking happen on the dark side of the planet. God damn it. Can't see a thing. I didn't install any lights on this, so I can't shine a light. God damn it. Alright. Let me go anti-target here real quick. Or no, retrograde. Okay, it's not gonna let me go retrograde. Opposite. Oh my god, I wish I could see. I literally can't tell where I am relative to it. All right, I'm gonna do a quick save here. All right. Okay. Where's Docking Junior? This side. Hello? I want to fucking set target, please. Thank you. What are the arms doing? The arms like reset themselves. That's fucking frustrating. Okay. RCS to kind of stabilize it. All right. Okay. This is the docking port. I don't know if I should bother control from there or not. I can't see anything, man. It's so much harder when you can't fucking see anything. Y'all have to just like believe me. Where's maneuver mode? Easier to rotate in this mode. Docking mode, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Come on. Where's it going? Where am I going? Going the wrong direction. Perfect, okay. Slow and steady. Everybody hold your breath. Going in. This is really how slow it is, by the way. It really is this slow and arduous. Am I lined up? Gonna have to hope I'm lined up. All right. Shit. Shit. I still going in? I'm so mad I can't see anything. I am so fucking mad I can't see anything. Why did this have to happen on the dark side of the fucking planet? Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. I'm just gonna let it glide right in. Fuck, I have no way of knowing. Just come on. That's off a little bit. A little. Just a little. Alright, go for it. Easy. Over to the left. Come on. Should be magnetizing pretty soon here. Fucking come on. They're right there. Come on. Magnetize. Come on. Boom. There it is. It's in. Oh. We have docking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have docking. Holy shit. Finally breathe again. Where's the fucking panels? Okay. Not gonna let me turn those panels off now, I guess. I wanted to turn them off so they didn't accidentally break. Alright, how far are we from... Are we on the dead center of the dark side? We are pretty much dead center dark side. Alright, where is this? Extend antenna. Make sure my range is good. Alright, let's get out of the dark side so I can see this. Oh, how many modules can I attach? I only added 2 docking ports. But the next thing I attach to the large docking port, I can add just as many ports to that as I want. This is just an initial, you know, whatever the fuck. Alright. This does not want to let me rotate at all. Where should I control this from? Can I control... Where's control from here? Yeah, control from here. This shit does not want to fucking let me do anything. I am completely unable to rotate this. Oh. It's because I was in docking mode. Duh. Alright. I want to orient this this way. Yeah. There. Like that. Perfect. Cool. Alright. I can't fucking believe I actually got this to work right. Good lord. And you know what? Oh, but it's actually kind of good to keep this here just in case. Like if somebody leaves and it can still adjust itself. Locked. This shit should be locking itself in this, disengaged. Alright, it should be locked in this angle. Now here's the new thing is... how do I do this? Do my EVA, and then I don't know how to do this. This is the new thing that I don't know. Whoa, 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 where are you going? Buddy, where are you going? Slow down. Alright. So how the fuck do I... Why are the controls all, like, wacky? Get the fuck back in there. You're fucking everything up. I don't know how to access this, and then... How do I use it? Is what I want to know. Does anyone know? How the fuck do I use these things in space? I don't think anyone in the chat knows at all. Shit. I know you don't know. Can I get in here? Can you get in through a dock? Oh, no, I can't. Do I have to transfer via this? I think I do. F. No. What are you doing? F. There we go. Board. Transfer crew. Yeah, there we go. Now there's nobody in there. Bill is now in here. Is he able to EVA from within this? And module has no hatch. No, he has to move over into this. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I can do that next time and just not worry about it. I'm glad that I did that, though. I'm glad that worked out. Because normally these things, they don't work out. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and just wrap up the stream then. Because we're coming up on 5 hours. That's probably the longest stream I've had in a hot minute. So I'm going to save this game proper. Oh, wait, no. The game doesn't need to be saved proper. Oh, you know what I need to do? Is... rename the vessel. How about Warp Station 1? Deployment awaiting negative vertical velocity. What are you talking about? Oh, 199. That's still pretty round. Cool. All right. So now I can go to tracking station. Tracking station. Boom. There you go. Right up there with the rest of the greats. Communications satellites, and then the station. We're coming right above the desert launch site. See the trash? Look at all the trash. God damn. Alright. Go ahead and delete some of this trash here. I'm so glad they let you just do this. Terminate the debris. Terminate debris. Terminate debris. Terminate debris. There's no more debris. Don't accidentally terminate something. Alright. So, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Let me, pop us on a quick BRB screen. And then I'll read the credits. And then we will get a little raid going. I'll be right back. All right, just a couple quick pieces of art here for you. We got some art from McHigh from the other day, based on the G-Man stream we did, where I suddenly awoke to be completely confused as to why I was live. I don't know who the wretched freak was that was using my stream. But thank you for that. And just in case I didn't show it, Boney Boy. The funny little robot man. Oh, and Pixie Venus. With another drawing from that G-Man stream. Whatever. Whatever. Alright. So... that puts us here. Let me run the credits. Right here. And let me thank... let me thank... there you are. Gusherbug yesterday, by the way. It wasn't live, but thank you, Gusherbug, for the 13 months. Cheesesteak Phil for the 26 months. BV728 for 11 months. Pippy Caddy with a gift sub. Valve's Portal 2 with 2 gift subs. Frums.xyz 3 gift subs. Beep beep beep. Okay, I was expecting her to do it. Honest Tom's Discount Beef, 17 months. Apparently, 13 months. Shift Tucker, 22 months. Gianni with 6 months. Slimperton, 7 months. Bugsy Seagal, 111, 1 month. Lunar Soul, 097, 4 months. And Disaster of Gay Crisis, 9 months. Thank you very much for everyone that did come today. Appreciate you. Now that I don't have family visiting anymore, I'm back on my regularly scheduled programming. Except Wednesday. Wednesday's gonna be later in the day. Wednesday's probably gonna be a stream at around 8 o'clock Eastern. Tori, we get it. You're cute. Shut up. But yeah, around 8 on Wednesday, and then normal 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday. On at least one of those days, I have a VR game I want to do. It's like a parkour VR game. I was just told, dude, try it, you'll like it. So, dude, I'll try it. I don't know if I'll like it. Fuck it. And I have like 4 different multiplayer games that I want to play, one of which was already pre-established, and if you thought about it, you'd know. Actually, 2 of them were, and then 2 of them you didn't know about. But, you know, I've got some stuff lined up to happen eventually. It just is a matter of lining up with people's schedules. Anyway, let's do a raid. Yeah? Let's see, who can we raid? Looks like Scorpy's live if you want to go to Scorpy. Oh, Scorpy's playing, looks like Multiverses right now. Okay, I might hop on his stream. I might just run right over to his stream after a quick piss. All right, like I said, appreciate everyone that showed up today. Appreciate everyone that subbed and gift subbed and shared and liked and subscribed. You know I love you. All right, y'all have a good day. You might see me over in Scorpio stream in a minute. I'll see you when I see you. Bye-bye.